Back to another day of 37 days of Dwarf. Day 26. Only about 11 more days to go, and we're still only about a third of the way through our goal. Oof. All right, let's pick up where we left off. So when we last left, sorry guys, let me get started here. Oh, that's right. We changed which region folder it was in. I started to panic because it was just region 1. I forgot we cleared everything out and moved it over. Right. We had just gotten underway with our the start of our very first micro fort. Alright, that should get our smiths down here getting those things assembled for us. Let's take a closer look at the Smith's Guild and Dwarf Therapist. Right now we don't have anybody do those things, but we want to kind of clear that. If possible, we want those jobs being done by the experts for now. Alright, once they've got those set up, we can take advantage of those. That is to say, we can get our glassmaker working. But before we're fully ready to bring the glassmaker online, we're going to need to have access to sand. And loam is not sand. And silty clay is not sand. So, let's take a look around here and see if maybe our pools give away some source of sand here. Looks like, oh, wait, what's this? Sand. Alright. So, we know it's out west. Best way to get there, actually, rather than coming straight across with the tunnel, is to go down a level and then go across, because we don't run the risk that a surface tree will plunge its wicked dagger directly into the heart of our fortress. You don't want that. I don't want that. Let's think about this for a second. No, that really would be best. Okay, so we're going out from here. And we will have to go all the way over, but let's figure out where. Looks like we can go right about there-ish. Now, initially, we really don't need all that space that we're going to dig out. Part of it will be a stockpile, but long term, I want to look at moving a couple of magma puddles over there so we can build a couple of magma glass forges directly adjacent to where the sand is. If it were somehow possible to arrange that all of this sand be down by our forges, I wouldn't do that. I'd simply deal with it. I'm sure there's a DF hack way I could use to turn the stone floor down there, or part of the stone floor down there, into a sand gathering area. There's probably a way to do a reaction with a bag and a stone and get yourself some sand in the bargain. But you'd have to mod both of those, and we're not doing that tonight at least. So, that right there will get us connected up to where the sand zone is up top. And we'll put a little sand zone around this so people come up the staircase and harvest sand. And then go back down and store their empty bags here for ready for sand collection. Unfortunately, the sand in our zone is a lot further away than we'd like, but that's really all we can do with it at the moment. Now, we do have a couple of glass makers. One get to work on the tables, and the other will get to work on the chairs. Make sure that we only have those two smiths at the moment. Yes, we're good. And they will quickly crank out some glass furniture to serve as our, let's call it our default level of furniture. Hopefully they'll get good quality as well, but the default quality furniture then is better than most stone. Flux stone is, I believe, worth as much as glass, but aside from the marble, none of the other stone would be. We'd have to make our furniture out of metal or something else more valuable than stone to eclipse glass in the process. And since glass can be generated on an infinite basis from our area upstairs, we can use that as a default level of furniture and come back and replace them with far more valuable metallic furniture later. Or we can decorate the glass furniture with glass decorations and then use that more valuable furniture as nobles' quarters items, for example. Alright, so we know those guys now have something to do. Let's get the rest of these guys something to do. Now, according to the crude diagram I sketched, we could go move on to stone, which is the level above the forge. That should be enough to get us all the stoneworking jobs. Stone crafting, stone masonry, and mechanics. in one area. Also means our miners should get busy, we hope, we hope. Not quite to autumn yet. Need to start looking at a depot and some defenses very, very soon. We haven't floored this over yet. And we have enough labor now to make this worthwhile. Okay, and they will come along and get all of that floored over, which is good because it represents a serious weakness in our fortress until it is. The rain coming through is incidental and has nothing to do with our farming. It's just the fact that the ceiling is open. It's not necessary for long-term farming, even for surface crops. Oh, that reminds me. Everyone's a farmer in this fortress. So get my farms built, boys. Let's look at drinks. Drinks are low. We're going to have to do a quick pick job and then start brewing.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Okay, that's kind of an issue. Doesn't really leave me a lot of space for any of the workshops that go here once we start getting this. Now, that won't be a problem for other floors. They won't have this dormitory space that's tied up by the hospital. So, these guys are going to get kind of a compressed storage space, I think, is what ends up happening.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Okay, and they're getting the mechanics workshops up. Sorry for a second there. I didn't realize I'd done them both. I was like, I did. Wow. Please excuse my fugue. Okay, so get the dogs positioned over here, and that should help cut down on the Kia invasions. Need to get some walls up around this inner circle at the very least. So let's look at doing that. Alright, as soon as these get blown out a little further, I'm going to put in some workshops here. Sounds to me like a Kia may have found its way into a bad thing. Kia punches it in the head. Yeah, he looks to have run across, why yes, it does appear to be one of our monster slayers has finally earned their keep. They have slayed the dread Kia. You go, you mighty slayer of beasts. Trying to figure out why he needs to keep standing up. I'm starting to get worried about the guy. And now that we have tables and chairs, we can designate ourselves our first dining room. We can even make it a meeting hall, because why not? And it's already of great quality just by virtue of its size and the few pieces of furniture that are in it. It will quickly become royal quality by virtue of having lots and lots of very pretty furniture. So if we excavated a 21, a 23 would take out the walls, and a 25 should be on the other side. Oh, but I should have done it hollow, not... Hollow 25 tucks in too tight. It touches the inner corners. And a hollow 26 is off-stepped, but does miss all the... Nope, touches the corner right there. So no, doesn't there either. Didn't figure we'd get anything out of the 26 because it should be odd numbers, but you never know. Never hurts to take a peek. Okay, so 27, 28, 29. We'll get... And then maybe a little bit of cleanup, possibly. 3 here, should be 4 there, and it's missed a couple of tiles, but not bad. Not too terrible, actually, although I think that one should be gone. Let's see, no, 5 there, 5 here. And then it goes down by 1s to here. Yeah, no, that should be right. Okay, so it did miss this one over here and that one there. The 30 would get off canter unless we wanted to go all the way to 31. Which is a little large. The hallway would be too large, I mean. Okay. Okay. Furniture in, smoothing started, hallway around the outside for bedrooms dug. Now I am going to have to add in, look at the diagram again. Prepared drinks is on the level below this, and stoneworkers is on the level below that, and forge workers is on the level below that. So, we need to go up to prepared food. Although I really only need two levels for the wells, so we could get away with this. We could go down from here into prepared drinks. Would only be one level, but the stoneworkers would give us one more. Okay, so, but the problem is we'd run into their bedrooms. Hey, William, welcome back. I do. What's the audio issue? Are you sure that's not just my voice? It could just be this shitty mic I've got. Give me a second. Is that better? Believe it or not, I didn't actually do anything other than just reposition the mic and switch from the default device to the Razer audio control instead of default to the actual device it's using. So I didn't actually change anything. I just kind of poked at it a bit. Audio engineer, I'm not. Coming at you live, not from a sound booth. Where we also eat and drink directly in front of the microphone. Where apparently the badger boars take interest in our dogs for some reason. I'm not sure why they would suddenly come after the dogs, but hey, okay. Dogs gave better than they got, so yeah. Well, here's the thing. I do this once a year, and professional streamer, I am not. I don't have a crew behind me. Nobody edits my videos for tastefulness and appropriate PR. And I don't have a staff of any sort. Hell, my wife doesn't even help me with this directly, other than in the form of, don't get me wrong, she's fantastic support. She's just not doing the direct video and hands-on, as it were. Um, but at the same time, it's just there to hang out with you. Well, I don't mind hanging out, but the real reason I'm here is to teach folks Dwarf Fortress and help sick kids. So, if you have any questions as we go along, feel free to ask. Yeah. Now we can get away with, since we're not going to build a big fancy tower here, we can get away with a little wooden palisade sort of thing, if we will, here. All right, now we have a nice moving day. Oh, that's right, I forgot you were moving. It's been a long time since I moved. Last time the wife and I moved, we actually paid a group of movers to help us move. They had hilariously enough, they had a computer problem that day. They couldn't get into their systems at all. Um, when they finally did, they acknowledged that they were running very late for our moving day, and asked if doubling the number of people would make things better, and I was kosher with that. So they actually sent out double the number of movers they normally would. We moved in like one trip, had everything all packed up already, so it was just loaded on the truck and unloading it in the right rooms, really. Took us all of, I don't know, it cost us a couple $100, and keep in mind that was 20 years ago, so adjust for inflation, etc., etc. But, well, not quite 20 years, more like 15. Now we've got a nice round pasture, though, and our dogs are indoors. We had everything right down to personal items. I mean, the works. Slowly packing it down the days before, when you got down to day of. I mean, day before, we, disconnected the computers, packed them up, everything was boxed, moved out to the living room for it just to be picked up, dragged out the door. They saw one room of the apartment because there was nothing else to move, really. We had everything except the furniture stacked up, pretty much. But it was a lot of schlepping. Make no mistake, boss. Up and down stairs, both at the apartment and at the destination. And even then, I wasn't exactly a spring chicken, you understand.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I don't normally stream 10-hour days, but I did do one the other day. Gotta break it up into sections. Get a little work done between times. Hey man, not my bag, baby. Make no mistake, boss, right there with you. But hey man, anytime. Feel free to ask. Like I said, that's what we're here for. Right now we're just setting up a defensive tower here, if you will. Yeah, that'll work. Got to get him to finish the stairs, and then we can expand out from the stairs with the roof.
A shiny trinket to bring back.
Well, for a minute there, I was kind of scared, but Of course, it would be a masterwork, wouldn't it? Didn't get everything underground. That's the only problem with a game like Dwarf Fortress is it's complicated enough that it's easy to forget to do something. Especially if you're talking and get distracted, like I do. And they'll build out to the end there. Once they've done that, we can start filling in the quadrants. The outer rim that I originally had all the way out here, we're actually going to do as a fortification, so I don't actually want to fill that in with floors all the way out to here.
It's mine.
Alright, let's do one other thing real quick. And we're just going to cancel all of these for a moment because the dwarves really have to get to the food problem first that I neglected because I got distracted when I first started. So yeah, let's take care of that first, shall we? Haul nothing, pick plants.
Stupid dwarves left their chest unlocked. Stupid dwarves left their chest unlocked.
Autumn is here.
No, 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 no. Pretty much no. Uh, most of these things that I might consider making for sale, legwear, ammunition, windows, crutches, they're just not that valuable. Or I would prefer to keep them in the form of legwear or ammunition. None of these are particularly good exports. Prepared meals and trap components it is.
I can't do that there.
And we'll just tell all the dwarves to pull all the bars in the fortress into this depot so that they're indoors, and then we can go from there downstairs. And yeah, they'll probably bring some the other way, and that's fine. We can deal with that. We're not going to sell them, that's not the intent. But any that are being left outside up here by the wagon, we want to get these pulled in. And although it's crude, it will work. Milk, gypsum plaster, and gabbro. Well, we can fix all three of those. Need a little more room than we're going to get because the farmers have so many varied jobs. If I allow them some dancing space for their temple and guild hall and some stockpiles and bookcases, then we're going to fill up what's left pretty quick. Workers on 5. Barracks and dormitory. Since we can't use this space as a dormitory because of the hospital. Need someplace to stick a couple of those for a moment. So I'm going to have to go out there and find one of those folks who would be who wants to be a famous pixel artist and get them to deploy a. We're going to have to move those two, but the other 3 are set for butchering, so I'm not worried about those. Get somebody to make me a nice concentric ring bedroom pattern on for different size floors. So it'll have to have a central core that's say 31 with a wall, and then I can size up or down inside that space as I need to for my floors. Actually, I know how we do it. Okay, yes. 12 basic scribe bedrooms. Really don't have anything to trade.
More migrants.
That one ain't real bright. Okay. In hindsight, probably should have done this earlier. But here we are. Oh, well, that won't work either because we want to keep the walls. Oi. Well, in hindsight, I really should have designated that room before I started on the hallway. We'll remember that for next time because it's a real pain to have to go back and do this. Bummer. And after all that, I realized I trimmed it too tight on the first pass or two and screwed it all up. And get to do it all over again anyway, because that's how it works. Yep, let's do it again. Get it right this time, maybe. Okay, now we have a Great Hall. Well, the problem is, now we can do that about 70 more times. I'm only kidding, not 70, but a lot. A lot more than I'd like. If I have to do this over again, don't forget to do this before you start digging the bedrooms. That's what I would do next time. We will definitely do the zones first. Zones before bedrooms.
I can't do it. I just can't.
have everybody pull in all of our wood and get this done. We're going to put 3 walls up here, here, and here, and one of these is going to be a ramp, and then we're going to put fortifications up all the way on the outside, and then above the ramp, we're going to actually put a wall in right here. Think about this for a second. If we put the wall there, so it has to be a little grander than I'm imagining in my head. Tired? Oh, you know, we probably should move those things out of them. Damn it. So many little distractions. Move out there for right now.
As winter blows its frigid chill,
Well,
keep
there we go.
fires hot
Plunk.
and eat your fill.
Well, that's not promising. But it's not, though. It's already crashed. And zap! We're back to where we were before we built any of the fortifications when we were still picking plants. Not been a good run here recently. Still didn't quite get the depot up in time. Close, though. This time out, let's see here. Rings and bracelets and figurines. So about half the crafts were, and headwear and amulets. So about half the crafts we're ever going to make. Uh, so yeah, not too bad there. We could pretty well make crafts in general, but we could really focus on bracelets and make a mint. It looks like if we were minting metal, we would get a lot more out of that, I think.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
No!
I can do it. I can do this.
boxes and bags, but only the materials that can make bags: plant, cloth, leather, silk, and yarn. This stockpile will only hold our empty bags for use in collecting sand directly above it. And now we're getting booze in pots and mugs, and so we can take care of our drinks problem. Food will handle itself for a moment. Okay, so Chime, here's the deal. Empty containers that are not being used, generally speaking, are furniture. They get stored in the furniture stockpile. So your empty boxes, bags, barrels, they're all furniture. Pots. Once something is stored in them, they become that stockpile's type. So if you put plants in a pot or plants in a barrel, it becomes a plant barrel or a plant pot. And it can be stored in the plant stockpile. There are some oddities around, sometimes getting dwarves to take things out of bins. And the oddities typically are this. When a task involves taking something out of a bin, only one dwarf can use the bin at a time. If it happens to be the guy on the far side of the fortress who gets tasked to do the job in the bin, and then later on somebody else gets a job to do something else in that same bin, well, they all wait till that first guy gets done, and nobody else can use the bin until he's done. It's the same problem you run into with the barrels in the farms, where they're going to get the seed and they're using the barrel that's got all your seeds in it, so you can't plant because the seeds are all in motion. It's not generally, how do I put it? It's not a logic problem usually. It's usually a logistics problem. And typically well, that's the thing. If you're having all your guys try to equip their armor right as the enemy comes flying in the doors, you're going to have a bad time because they're all going to go for the bins, and bins are going to get locked up like left, right, and center, and you're going to wait for everybody to put their stuff on. Because it's not just a matter of guy one goes to the bin and gets all his armor. It's guy one goes to the bin and get his boots, and then while he's busy putting his boots on, the next guy gets one item out, then the next guy gets one item out, and then the next guy gets one item out. And if everything in your fortress that you need is in the one bin, nobody's getting equipped until they're all done. Because they're just going to rotate through until they finish. And then they're just constantly going to be cycling nasty grams about not being able to get their shit because the bins are in motion constantly. There's two ways around that. You can force them to wear their shit all the time. That's the easiest way. That way your militia is always equipped. QSPs fix that problem. That's to be fair. For those of you who aren't familiar, the quantum stockpile is a trick employing minecarts and stockpiles. Stockpiles are only supposed to accept an item one per tile, or one bin per tile in the event of a container, bin or barrel for that matter. A quantum stockpile takes advantage of dwarven logic. Dwarves won't move stuff out of a stockpile, even if it's stacked on the same tile, as long as it's in the correct type of stockpile, unless there's an empty stockpile tile somewhere else. So what you end up with is someone, for example, let's take stone as an example. Someone sets up a minecart that sits on a track stop, and the track stop says every time you have something in you, dump to the south. And then they set that minecart to be linked to a stockpile that takes stone. And then they set another stockpile south of the original track stop that takes from nowhere, takes only from links. And it holds stone. And what ends up happening is the dwarves will pitch the stone in, it will end up in the stockpile, and it will get stored. And because it's sitting on a stone stockpile, they won't move it. Now, I do think you forgo, correct me if I'm wrong, Chime, but don't you forgo wheelbarrows? Because if you stack the stuff on one tile with a quantum stockpile, you can't have anywhere else in the fortress that's storing it, right? Because then it'll get pulled out of the quantum and stored there. Unless that's what you're aiming for, I guess. But generally speaking, my solution to that is you put them in the militia and you don't look back. Most everything else handles okay. You'll sometimes get a little bit of fuss around bolts. The same kind of problem as equipment. Somebody's going to get ammo at the same time somebody else is. Solution is make lots of bolts and have lots of bins so that you don't have that problem. Don't you end up with a loop, Chime, where since the stockpile that they dump on can feed the stockpile that they feed into, don't they end up looping? Put a thing in the stockpile, then all of a sudden it's stacked, so now you can put it in the empty tile in the stockpile it feeds, so you pick it up, you put it back in the stockpile where you got it, and then don't you have a loop then? Yeah, but here's what I mean. Say you have a give pile that holds 8 items, and you have the one tile for the quantum stockpile, and you have 30 items in the fort, just for the sake of argument. And we don't care what kind of items they are. We're not worried about bins. Just run with me for a second. With your quantum stockpile, it's set to take from nowhere, right? So only stuff dumped on it goes there normally. You could set the give pile, I guess, up to give directly to it as well. That's an interesting thought. I hadn't thought about doing it that way, and then you won't get the loop. Because if it'll give directly the first time out, they won't use the minecart. They'll pick an item up and they'll put it on the give pile. They'll pick it up from the give pile and... Really? So, okay. So, let me ask you, Chime. Once you've got all the stuff on the quantum stockpile, you put all 30 items in the quantum stockpile, right? That means the give pile is empty, right? But your stuff is overstacked in the quantum stockpile. Don't the dwarves move it to the give pile? I'll have to mess with it. It seems like there would be a loop there. Really does. Not sure, but it seems like there would be a loop there. Oh, that's right. Now we have to redo this zone. Well, it's not really so bad for weapons and armor. You just got to think about, in my Fortress's case, there's stuff that's armor, and then there's stuff that's civilian clothing. And weapons are basically, 3 types or 4 types, and then maybe picks if I want to get creative. So, 5 types of weapon, regardless of finished goods. Armor is, so it depends. So, you're talking about for stockpiles, right? So, armor is under armor. And it's by type. Now, finished goods includes trinkets. Now, here's the kicker. Leg wear, like clothing, can be considered a finished good, and body wear and hand wear and footwear can also be considered finished goods. What I would suggest doing is disabling them from the finished goods stockpiles by type. Okay? So, leg wear, hand wear, footwear, body wear. Missing body wear here somewhere, I'm sure. Oh, armor. Sorry. There it is. It's called armor in here, and I don't know why they're in here but twice like that, but they are. You're correct. And then everything else is finished goods that way. And then you could have different quantum stockpiles if you really want to get creative. You could have your armor sorted into 2 different stockpiles, where one is, let's call it civilian clothing, and the other is battle-ready gear, real armor. You can do that by type, by material is the easiest way. So metal clothing is going to be, metal clothing is going to be some type of armor. Might not be the kind you want, might be copper or something, but it's going to be some type of metal armor. And then if you put leather, silk, cloth, and other materials, that would include wood. You'll have to be careful about shields. But if your shields are metal, then you're gold there. Or if you include wood, because the elves will sometimes bring wooden armor, and technically your dwarves can wear that into battle. You'll want to be cautious about, when under other materials, there's some other things you want to watch out for. Bone can be used as armor. Leather can be used as armor, technically. So leather gets iffy, you understand. Then if you're going to have leather in there, you then have to go down to by type. Instead of by material, you then have to consider it by item type. Which you could do it that way too, instead of doing it by material. Usually in my fortresses, metal, non-metal is the easiest way to exclude civilian stuff. But if you're going to get funky and you're going to have like your archers in leather and your melee in steel or whatever, then you're probably going to have to get fiddly with it. There's no 2 ways about it. You can get very, very precise. You could have a stockpile that stockpiled only breastplates, and only if they were wooden breastplates. So only the ones that you imported from the elves, because your dwarves are never going to make wooden breastplates. So you'd have to import wooden breastplates, and that would be the only way that quantum stockpile would have everything in it. But it would store every wooden breastplate in the fortress, no matter how many you eventually got. You can get real precise on the settings. If you check on the wiki, there is some fiddliness around the total versus core quality. So, if you want your artifacts to all go to a vault, or actually, I want to do that with a single tile wide there because of the beds on the other side. There we go. We're going to see if this is going to crash again or not. We'll cross our fingers. We just lost, most of a season, actually. Yeah, not enjoying that. I don't think the error logged well. I can look, but I'm betting the error log here doesn't tell me anything useful. I don't think it makes one when it crashes. It does have map reject logging, which, isn't really helpful here because we're not making maps, so, yay. It'd be nice if I got a core dump. But the problem is since I'm playing with DF Hack, the crashes I'm getting, I can't report them to the Mantas, even if they were legitimate crashes. The DF Hack didn't cause it. Modded is modded. This is not straight vanilla, right? Oh, I would love Toady to absolutely import the DF Hack Lua engine in-house. I would love it if he threw that in there. Even if he wasn't planning to use it himself all the time, just to be able to have that in-house and have it work. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss. To know that they're going to have it supported from the get-go. But the problem is, I think that Toadie's looking at that and saying, as long as they're willing to develop that on the backside, I don't have to think about it. The search on like the trade goods here, for example, so I can search for bars and pull out just the bars of metal, or search for sand and pull out just the sand. If I want to search for something like on the trading thing, that's just you gotta love that, and it's not standard, right? All the little bells and whistles that people have added with the Lua. The best part of that is that he can literally look at that and say, yeah, I'm taking that, no, I'm not, and nobody's ever going to gainsay it if it moves in-house. The fact that somebody, beat him to the development or whatever, sorry, I don't know if he necessarily will have a better mousetrap, but frankly, any mouse-based interface is going to be an improvement on the way Dwarf Fortress currently handles it. I mean, look, you've seen me use Therapist. I mean, even if it's not as good as Therapist, something is going to be an improvement over where we are now, right? I don't know that it's so much that he's got a better mousetrap so much as it is other folks are reminding him, perhaps, I hope, that storefront sellable products come with expectations on the behalf of the consumer. I don't know how else to say it than that. Let's try and get our fortifications back up at least, since, you know, crash. Hey, maybe we can pasture our animals and save them this time. I will say that the ability to more quickly and easily copy schedules in the militia would be just tasty. Because I'd really like to be able to quickly and easily edit them. The current mouse or the current keyboard interface for editing militia orders is, to use the technical jargon, it's god awful. There are 3 primary areas where Dwarf Fortress really... It depends. Depends on what you're trying to do, and I can't even answer the question without being in the menu because it's complicated enough that I've reduced it to muscle memory for the most part, and I can't actually remember what the keys are until I actually push them. Imagine being able to copy a uniform directly and then make one tweak to it, so I can make a steel uniform and then copy it 3 times and change the weapon to get hammer dwarves, axe dwarves, spear dwarves, and crossbow dwarves with nothing more than a single tweak to one uniform, instead of rebuilding the uniform 4 times in every fort. Right, there's nothing to enjoy about it. Make no mistake, you're not bad for not enjoying it. Anybody who tells you setting up the manager is one of those things where we're never going to quite get around that. That's kind of like the base level of, you know, if you play RimWorld and you want to have that kind of automation, you have to download a mod. It's not even in there. There's some automation, but let's say I want to do something like in RimWorld. There's an actual mod that does that sets the conditions for, I want to have one of these for every one of my colonists plus X, whatever X is. So that means I can say I want to have a duster for every colonist I have, plus 3 in case I get some extra colonists, or the old ones wear out. But you have to get a mod because the conditionals aren't in there by default. Nobody's, you know, Tynan's never written the Lua for it. And yet that's probably easily the conditional I love the most when I'm using it, when I'm playing the game. One of these per dwarf plus X. Think about that. Right, and some of the conditions you can't set the way you'd expect. You have to set, like, material types or item traits, or, you know, it's sand-bearing bags, not sandbags. You follow me? The brain doesn't necessarily think that way. Some of them can be very obscure. That said, the manager is actually the best way to, generally speaking, control your fortress by far. by far. Simply by virtue of being able to know that you can set up the standing order and it will reliably get done. Welcome aboard, Screaming Robot. Welcome aboard. I'm sorry I didn't get to you right away. Yes, if I ever complain about the manager, it's only because there's not a better option. And the manager is still better than doing it the old-fashioned way where you would do this by hand. You know what I'm saying? Where you would literally enter every job in the fortress manually.
Some haggard-looking migrants have arrived.
So at the moment we're getting our rudimentary fortifications up on the surface, and we are trying to set up effectively small micro forts. Now this is a hybrid design for me. So I talked to an audience member, and I'll get to that in a second. Let me get these migrants sorted so I don't forget, because I have a nasty habit of getting monologuing and forgetting to do the things I need to do. So hang on a minute, let me do this first. Okay, sorry, bear with me here. Looks like we've got one bone carver in the mix, and the rest are pretty much just wood carvers or nothing. The real problem, Chime, is when you've already got the wave, you've sorted it the first time, but then you've crashed and you've gone back a season, and now you've got the same wave again. Did you sort it the second time? Are you sure? That's the rough one. That's the one that will really get you. So we're going to build some rough wooden fortifications here on the surface. But the premise here, Screaming Robot, now that I've got this paused, so this first floor is going to be pastures and farms, and then farms, with a tunnel that leads over to where we're collecting sand. But down below that, each one of these is going to become each one of these floors that's not storage space is going to become a guild hall, surrounded by a concentric ring of bedrooms, at least in theory. I haven't mapped out how the bedrooms are going to lay out around this yet. I had a preliminary design run, but then we crashed and I lost it, so we're going to do it again. But the catch is that next time I do this, I have to make sure not to excavate the hallway before I've done all the zones in the middle. There's a real nightmarish sort of thing when you start doing round rooms with zones, because you can't tell them to flood fill like you can with a room. So you have to build them and then go back and trim the corners, or else the hallway ends up as part of the zone. So we're going to have, well, I think the term is fun, but I think the real term is nightmarish, hair-tearing agony here when we put, 27 temples into this one room here. Let this be a lesson to you. Zones first, then the hallway if you're doing round rooms. Then going on down, we've got our forges set up. This is just a preliminary forge before we can get magma in, the waste level where magma will be, and that's the entire fortress. Everything below this is purely hallway that connected us to the caverns initially so that we could get our cavern spores, and we haven't been deeper yet. We really just started not that long ago. Despite the playtime on the fortress, we really haven't gotten that far because I've been answering questions for new players. We're here for two reasons. Screaming. We're here for two reasons. One reason is I'm here to help you folks learn how to play Dwarf Fortress if you don't know already. Well, here's the deal. So while you're here, if you have any questions at all, and I do mean anything that comes to mind, don't feel like you got to sit there and watch in silence and you don't know enough to ask questions or whatever. No. This ain't that kind of stream, man. It ain't that kind of day. It ain't that kind of jam. We're here to teach. So if you got a question or you want to know why I did something and I don't immediately already tell you, ask. If you're curious about why I'm doing something or how you would do it, even if I'm not showing you at that moment, ask. If you'd like to see something or if you're curious if something can happen, ask. I love helping new folks. This is not a I do it occasionally, blah 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 blah. No. I do this about once a year for about a month and a week or so to raise money for kids and teach people how to play Dwarf Fortress. And I've done it for about 7 out of the last 10 years officially for kids, and I've been doing it since about 2012 unofficially ish. Officially, I started with Extra Life in 2014, so 7 of the last 8 years. All right, so we've got our initial fortifications up here on the surface. We got to get this walled over, put the fortifications up around it. That's not technically safe. Someone could climb in or fly in, but it should eliminate most intruders. No problem, robot. Like I said, as we go along, anything comes to mind. And I mean, make no mistake, man, if your question is above the level of how I make alcoholic beardy man dig, we're going to get along just fine. In the words of as I heard it said once, we'll get along like fire hoses. All right, give them a moment to get some more of this built. They're hauling the applewood from a long way away, but I really want to be able to say when we're done with this that this entire tower is an offense against Johnny Appleseed. The entire thing is going to be made out of applewood. I could have made it from other woods. This was a choice. An explicit statement. We could have done it from oak, but we want to make sure that the elves know that we chose a fruit-bearing tree for this purpose. Now, people might think that was a threat. It's not. It's a simple statement that we want the good animals stop holding back. Bring us the giant war-trainable beasts already. But we're going to pause the fortification building here in a second because I want to give them some time to do some other things. And there's been a lot of construction labor here recently without getting a whole lot of other stuff done. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there close. Darn it. All right. Let them get those last few tiles done.
I can't do it.
I just can't.
Could not find path. I'd like to know what building that was. Suspended the construction of floor. You mean this floor right here in the middle of the floor with plenty of access? You couldn't find a way to get to that? Okay. And that should be the last couple. Okay, now, theoretically, someone could climb in here or fly in here. We're not exactly safe, even if we button this up. But we're okay for the most part. Most folks ain't going to try and climb a two-story tower. And when we're done, we're going to have a lip on this thing, and they ain't going to be able to. But in the meantime, let's get the rest of this up. And that means an applewood drawbridge. Now, if this were real world, then obviously the goblins would simply set fire to the tower, wait for it to burn to the ground, and then come back with shovels and picks and dig us out. However, in Dwarf Fortress, constructions are temperature immune. A dragon could breathe fire on this tower and it would never catch blaze. Not even so much as a spark. Never a cinder. That doesn't apply to the items. They'd burst into flames. But the tower itself would be unharmed. Not even scorched. Constructions. Anything you get to under when you're building, anything you get to under the construction menu is immune to temperature once it's built. Once it's built. That doesn't mean its material is immune to temperature. If the dwarf is hauling a log off to build your wall and he gets breathed on by a dragon, that log is not going to be there long. Once that log is part of your wall, though, immune. Ice is weird, but yeah, if you can get ice walls, you can have them contain magma. Crops are absolutely not immune to nastiness because they're part of a building, and if the building is destroyed, they go with the building. If the farm plot goes, so do the crops. Frankly, though, you'll have bigger problems long before your crops are going unless you're building them way outside where they're exposed. Our crops are indoors, for example, and if an enemy gets to where our crops are, well, we're going to have a problem. It's going to be bad. It's going to be very, very bad. Now we need to sort these last two guys. It's kind of like Hogwarts. So you arrive at the fortress, and I have to put you in through the sorting hat, as it were. This guy's technically a miner, it looks like. Now we're going to start smoothing with those guys so they get up to skill, and then we need to start grinding out like rock pots so that everybody's doing a little bit of crafting. Now, Robot, if you've never played Dwarf Fortress today, just for the record, just so you're aware, what I'm playing out of the box has a couple of modifications to it. If you haven't seen my prior streams, a quick rundown basically is, out of the box, Dwarf Fortress is going to have a standard terminal-based ASCII-style, ANSI characters tile set. This graphic tile set we're looking at here is the Vetlinger tile set. There's a large number of these. You can check the wiki. There's a huge number. You can find one that you like. I like this one because even if you're not on a monitor where you can get it, if you zoom in close, look here. There's actually rivets, nails on the flooring we put in. It's not real nails. We don't have to account for them, but the graphics account for them for us. You follow me? It makes it look more realistic, if you will. There's some dwarven script in the walls even though we haven't engraved them. Makes them look nice. Now, I don't like to play in this much zoom because I can't see what the hell's going on most of the time. It's a little too close to the action, if you will. But there's a lot of detail in them there dwarves. So, as far as tile sets go, my personal favorites are probably Phoebus, which is a 16 X tile set. You'll have to forgive me. The X basically stands for I want to say the number of pixels per tile or something like that they can get to. Resolution they're allowed to get up to, I guess. The graphics are much simpler, cleaner in a sense, right? There's not as much visual detail, so it's kind of cleaner and simpler, without losing some of the prettiness of a well-established fort. There's a whole host of these out there. Someone asked me to use the Vetlinger tile set on stream a while back, and while it was problematic at the time because of its size, as my rig has gotten bigger, this monitor is a little bigger than the monitor I first started streaming on, and I can actually play. Now, it's not some 4K monitor. I don't have a giant space monolith from 2001 that we're running this on or anything. But at 1920, I can get a reasonable amount of zoom and see a bunch of stuff on the same screen at the same time, and still appreciate some of the detail in the dwarves and the items. It's not hard to figure out what's going on from this. These are obviously a big pile of logs laying everywhere inside a tower with some flooring and 2 dwarves. Well, 3, 4, if I spot them when they're not moving. Some dogs. The dogs can be a little harder to make out. They're smaller. Puppies versus dogs. There's turkeys I think we're hauling inside. Or outside, because we're hauling them up to the pasture, excuse me. We need to get these pastures down here dug out, but we're waiting on... Our stone crafters have a lot of work to do, just like everybody else does. In this fortress, when we're done, we're going to separate our dwarves out by caste, in a sense. So our woodworkers will be in one place, our stoneworkers will be in another, and they'll all be kind of in their own little sub-fort, kind of confined to their own level, in a sense. That's not to say they won't or can't cross over, it's just that everything they need should be on their floor. They shouldn't have any need to cross over. My suspicion is that they'll end up using one tavern collectively, and everybody will cross into that tavern unless we separate them physically instead of just vertically. And that would be... I can do it, but it's not how I'd normally build things. This is kind of not the way I would advise a new player to build. Normally, Robot, we would build what I call a pancake stack. If you see this sort of circle here, it's sort of a standard size, matches the ceiling. It goes down. Now, normally it would keep going down at that same size. Some of these rooms are a little bigger because of things I'm having to do for this fortress design, but think of it like an underground skyscraper. If you're building your fortress like an underground skyscraper, everything is fairly close to everything else. It's like everything is like an elevator ride away from everything else. And dwarves don't care whether something is up or down the stairs. It doesn't matter to them. There's no concept of when you think of the concept of work being the distance moved over time, that kind of thing. That doesn't apply here. It's just distance. So up and down are the same as left and right, or north and south, or diagonally for that matter. So if your fortress is cylindrical, you're getting close to the fortress ideal layout in theory. But in a couple streams ago, one of my viewers proposed something, and we're kind of messing with the design, a hybrid of the design. And he said when he builds his fortress, he starts out by, and he does a population cap limitation that I don't do. My fortresses are unlimited migration, so I have to deal with the swells and flows of migrants. He doesn't. He says, oh, well, I want to cap my fortress at 20 people, and 20 people will move in, and then they'll stop. He won't get any more migrants for a while. And then he'll carve out a guild hall for all those people. They're living like a fort, and he carves out a small fort for them. Say they're the Miners Guild, for example. And they may do a few other things, like they'll handle their own farming, they'll handle their own animals, that kind of thing. And when they finish up, as he's getting ready to open up migration again, they'll start carving out the next guild hall. And then everybody kind of moves into their own separate dormitory, guild hall kind of things, where they have their own temples and their own taverns, and they'll end up kind of intermarrying amongst themselves, and they don't need to cross over very much because everything they need is very close by. Occasionally, someone will need to move something to a different stockpile on a different floor, for example. But the central pillar here, if you think of the central core, that's kind of how we would normally build our fortresses. It's not exactly the same. We're hybridizing that design. I'm hoping we can use the verticality of our fortress to get our guild halls done without causing dwarves to want to go to other guild halls to do them. This is kind of a test of the AI. Will it pick to do stuff on its own floor if it's given the option, even if there's something on a floor below it directly? And I think what'll end up happening is sometimes they're going to move to the places they shouldn't and, use somebody else's temple or use somebody else's taverns. Maybe even just all focusing on one. We'll see. I think last time I did this, there was no point to building a public tavern and a private tavern because everybody would use the public tavern. And I don't remember if that was because I did it first or because it was just the public tavern. So we'll see. As I go along, Robot, just keep in mind, my build out here is, well, let's just call it non-standard. It's not exactly the fortress concept that was proposed to me, and it's not exactly what I would normally do. It's sort of in between. We're experimenting a little bit. So don't take everything you see right out the gate as gospel. You may want to ask and take stuff with a grain of salt. However, this floor with farms and pastures and butchers' workshops, standard. Standard, standard, and the one above that will be standard too. Standard, this is a little bigger than usual, but otherwise, so far, fairly standard. It's all workshops and or stockpile spaces. This one, though, is where things get a little weird, because the inner one here is basically the current Great Hall. Well, the circles are actually fairly easy. I use DF Hack for that, so let's get back to that for a moment. This tool is Dwarf Therapist. I use it to set Dwarven labors. This dwarf can do these jobs. There's a way to do that through Dwarf Fortress, but it involves a lot of keystrokes and a lot of going in and out of menus, and it's a little fiddly, let's call it. Fiddly. It's a lot easier to see and handle here. Plus, this gets access to things that I would see on the dwarf screen. Things they are happy about doing or uneasy about doing or their preferences. That kind of stuff. It's all here. Out of the box, I'm not using this for anything that you can't use Dwarf Fortress for. This is just an interface, a front end, nothing more. There are things you can do with this that would be considered cheating, like setting labors on kids you're not normally allowed to. We won't be doing any of that stuff. I'm just using it for an interface and a visibility tool, a visualizer, yeah? But Dwarf Therapist is one of those tools that I don't play Dwarf Fortress without. It's not a mod. It comes with the starter pack. If you download the starter pack, it's already there for you. I do highly recommend picking up the starter pack, regardless of whether you're on Mac or Linux or Windows. Assuming it's up to date, grab it, because it's going to have the Dwarf Therapist in there by default. Maybe not if you catch it when it's really new on the newest version. But this version's been out for a while, so yes, this version definitely. In addition to Dwarf Therapist, there are a couple of other tools I highly recommend. DF Hack here is a command line interface that runs various scripts in the back end to access Dwarf Fortress's memory and either provide information or perform tasks. For example, there's currently a bug that causes dwarves to get fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter until they slow to a crawl. There's something wrong with how the weight's being handled. In my fortress, there were 2 dwarves who were stricken with this bug momentarily, and DF Hack fixed them at some point. They are no longer having the bug, basically, as long as this is keeping an eye on them. Sometimes buckets will get filled with fluid, and then they never get dumped. There's no way to clean them out properly. So there's a bucket drying script that will run periodically, and it will dry out my buckets for me. Sometimes doors will get stuck in a state even though they're not levered based, so they should open and close even though there's nothing blocking them. They'll just stay open. These are bugs. DFHack just runs a little fix in the background to kind of keep them fixed. That's it. But we also can use it for things like prospect. When I'm looking at where to embark, you can the site finder now replaces prospect pretty heavily. But you can get a better detail on your site, estimates of what's on your site using prospect, which tells me that I have tan sand, okay, on Z level 140. We already know that. We've already found it. It's up there. We know that I have sphalerite and cassiterite. We found those already. We know we have limonite. My smelters know it's there. I'm not sure where we dug it out, but it must have been the staircase maybe, but we've hit it because we had it available to the smelters. This could tell me what gems I had, what plants I had, what tree types I had. Now, all this stuff is technically visible. If you, the player, wanted to sit down and, well, maybe not the minerals. You'd have to mine everything out first. But the plants, for example, let's use the surface shrubs, for example. You could go through and count how many lentil plants there were on the map, and it would roughly be this. Because this is literally just reading Dwarf Fortress's memory and just dumping the data. That's all it's doing. The site finder, Embark Assistant, is built out there. I can't show it to you because we're not at the Embark phase of play, but DFHack is like literally the other half of Dwarf Fortress for me. The three tools or the two tools and Dwarf Fortress kind of form the three legs of the stool for my gameplay. If I'm missing one, the stool is wobbly at best, and missing two probably means that I'm not playing. Both DFHack and Dwarf Therapist are included in the starter pack. High recommend. High recommend. That's what we're actually using tonight. It used to be once upon a time I walked players through how to go and find the tools and put them together and download them, and now we skip all that now. Now I just skip if you go out there in the first stream, I've got a bunch of I file discussions and parameter world gen discussion. You get the starter pack off Bay 12, or no, you can. There's a link to it out there. That's where I would get it linked to, because they keep the thread out there up to date with the current version in the first post. So if you're pulling it off the Bay 12 forums, that's where you'd grab it. Yes, definitely. If you Google it and it comes back with a link on Bay 12, jump to that, and it's the starter pack. And you might want to jump to the forum post first, because the maintainers will keep you up to date on, hey, we've got the new version out there because Tony just released the newest version of Dwarf Fortress, but Dwarf Therapist hasn't updated yet. DFHack hasn't mapped all the memory structures yet. So, here's Dwarf Fortress with some tile sets, basically, is all it'll be in it. And as the tools get updated, new versions of the starter pack would be added. So you'd still be able to go out and pull down like the last stable version from the prior Dwarf Fortress version while you were waiting on them to get updated. Or you'd be able to pull it out as they update it, as they go along. You follow me? That's why I recommend going to the forum link first, because it's one part news post and one part link to all the versions you're going to care about. Strong recommend for the starter pack. Cannot recommend enough. If you are a new player and you are struggling with Dwarf Fortress and you've never tried the starter pack, just try the starter pack. You owe it to yourself. It really, really is that good. I don't know how else to say it. It's delightful for getting a new player into the game. Make no mistake, Dwarf Fortress is still going to brutalize you, Screaming Robot. It is going to abuse you like an alcoholic parent. It is going to beat you like a rented mule. It is going to kick you and beat you and make you want to tear your own hair out. And as long as you're okay with that, it's going to give you the kind of learning experience you want. If you're looking for a relaxing, peaceful city builder, this is not it. This is slightly managed chaos in a bottle most of the time. And how much chaos you want is really kind of up to you. It can be. It can also be very frustrating. Sometimes there's not enough feedback for you to know exactly what's going on, or there is the feedback, but you're not going to know where to look for it, or you're going to need to do something, but you're not going to know what it is. Not because the game is badly designed necessarily, but because it's just simply not complete. It's worth noting that Toady considers his version numbers to be the rough percentage of the game that is complete. So we're on version 4705. Toady's saying that's roughly 47% feature complete, if you will, or system complete. And that's not to say bug fix complete by any means. Holy no. But it means that what's here represents approximately 47% of Toady's idea of what the game should be when it's done. Not even half. And already at this point, this is easily, hands down and walking away, the most complex colony builder on the market. It's not a question of or. It really is the same thing. The Steam release is effectively a front end, like for example, music and graphics sets, for example, that are exclusive to them. You follow me? And then also a copy of Dwarf Fortress. But Dwarf Fortress will continue to be available on Bay 12. That will never change. He's not planning to force people to pay for the game now. It's still going to be available for donation. But if you're buying the Steam copy, what you're effectively saying is, I want to support whoever's putting the features in, the music and the skits, and then on top of that, some of it's going to go to Toady, whatever the slices are. I don't know the business end of this. Yeah, it's not like I work for him, right? But I am looking forward to it. I really am. And I really do hope it goes very well. I want it to go very well. The amazing part is that a game that is structured as simply as this is as deep and complex as it is. As an example, Screaming Robot, this is one that I love to do for new players. Let's look at inorganic stone layer.txt. Actually, let's do inorganic stone mineral.txt. That's a little more interesting. These are all different types of ore in the game. They're melting points, they're shear points, they're tensile strengths, they're yield points. Bending and shear and torsion and tensile and compressive and impact, all these different types of physical properties of metals, so that then those physical properties can be used to simulate the physics of combat. Simulate now. Simulate, yeah? Toady's not rolling dice. Not the same way that everybody else is, anyway. This tells me what ores come out of what metals, would come out of what stones. Lignite is a type of coal, for example. the languages your races speak, the types of food they eat, the equipment they'll put on, the body structures of domestic animals. This, from here all the way down, this is the description of how a dog is built. Colors, body parts, what they're called, eye types, behaviors, you name it, all here. You can modify any of these if you wanted to. They are all modifiable. You can't necessarily do it on the fly in a current world, but if you want your dwarves to have 6 arms, 4 legs, and 2 heads, you can do it. In the past, I used to modify the game so that aquifers didn't exist, or modify the game so that underground crops grew in all 4 seasons, or modify the game so that all soils performed like sand and clay so I could use them both on any site I wanted to. There's all kinds of modifications you can perform to the game. Some people have gone so far as to build almost, I wouldn't say necessarily total conversions, but let's call them overhauls. Significantly large add-ons. So now we got to do something a little annoying, and like I said, that's because I didn't designate the room before I cut out these extra hallways, and I really, really regret doing that now. I really wish I had done it the other way. But what it means is that the hallway gets included on this floor, and I don't like it, but we're going to live with it, I think, because I'm not going to go through and trim this thing again after the crash, so there it is. Just check through the list and see if we've got any particularly big guilds. I'm pretty sure the miners guild's the biggest we're going to have. Yep, that's the biggest we've got because we brought all those miners with us when we started. So we're going to run with that for right now. Let that go. We've got our first temple, our first tavern, and we're good. We can let those run. Ideally, we'd come back and put specific temples in, but for right now, let's give them a chance to get their religious needs met. And we'll go back and review it later. We've got a lot of these to put in, remember. There's a lot of temples if we're going to do 1 per guild, and we have 4 or 5 different guilds. Because it's 1 per god per guild, so 5 times the number of temples we'd even normally do. Which is why the viewer who did it suggested that he probably is using either the monotheism hack or he's simply using the no specific deity temples. But we should, thanks to the, if nothing else, thanks to the additional space caused by the corners, be up to, let's see, I want to go to the next one. Look at the details for our areas here. That's our tavern. And the temple is already halfway to top end value. Not an enormous dance floor, but that's okay. Since this floor is also doubling as a hospital and a dining room, it's doing pretty good as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of mileage out of this one hall. I think in hindsight, I will consider going larger. Oh no, I've seen them do dances in spaces this small. Sometimes large dances in larger spaces, but I've never seen them use like, we did this one big because we're going to use a lot of space building furnaces and glass furnaces before we're done. Smelters and forges and whatnot. But I've seen them use big spaces, but technically you can get something like, I don't know, it's a 23 by 14 or something in here if you leave open one of these sides on a 31 by 31 circle like this. But the catch is, I've never actually seen them fill up one of those dance floors. The only time I've ever seen them do dance floors and really get dancing, is if it's a fairly small, contained tavern with a fairly small dance floor. The catch is that since they also need taverns, and since all this, what we're trying to do here is that this central hall doubles up on all these things because we're trying to cut dwarven travel time down and effectively minimize their need to go anywhere else. So the space should be the case for, let's say these are admins for the doctors. When they're not doctoring, and if they don't have anything else to do, they'll loiter in here, which is fine. But if this was, say, the stoneworkers' hall, if they weren't working on their blocks, let's say, then when they go to the tavern, it's the same room. When they go to the temple, it's the same room. When they go to the library, it's the same room. When they go to their guild hall, it's the same room. They don't leave. It's right here. And that way, the travel time necessary should be reduced significantly for most tasks. There'll still be some fortress hauling that will have to be done just to keep stockpiles populated and that sort of thing. Not even open concept. This would be like, for you and me, this would be like the worst nightmare of all. This is like working from home, except working from home means that everybody works in your home. And I think that we're going to get there because of all the extra furniture. It's going to tend to push them down into a smaller space, I'm hoping. Some of this is going to be stockpiles. Dwarves are going to be standing around drinking. There's a dance floor. There's going to be food stockpiles. There's a couple of workshops in here for the admin job that does have actual workshops so far. Wax working eventually goes on that list too, but not super critical right now. When the admins aren't making mechanisms, they're in here to loiter. And right now, this is the only loiter spot on the. Don't laugh. We had wax workers in our last fortress. We never actually produced any wax for them, but we did have wax workers. So let's go back upstairs for a moment. We want to get the apiary up and running. If we get it excavated, what are our miners doing? Oh, they've gotten busy doing everything, including smoothing that floor in that one room, which I really do kind of want finished, actually, so we're just going to have to suck it up for a minute and let them finish, I think. There's a lot of stuff to be done, and not nearly enough dwarven hands to do it all at the moment, unfortunately. I do think I would go larger than this, though, and simply add in more furniture. Since this isn't RimWorld, stockpile space is just fine for a dwarf. They don't seem to care much whether they're walking on a boulder or not. You know. Here's two dwarves on the dance floor. We can only hope they're socializing. I see prayers, so it looks like we're doing pray and meditate jobs here. Lot of stuff to get done yet. Okay, and they are brewing up a storm, which is just what we want. Brew, brew, brew. Okay. Now, let's get the stoneworkers area up, because we now have a large quantity of stone laying around on all these extra floors. Eventually, we will actually have the mechanics guild down, mechanics workshops down here too, even though technically that's being done by the admins, because I want to get them back their stockpile space, and because the mechanics workshops use stone. So this may be a little small, we'll see. Parts. Any animal that doesn't fit my particular set of animals is parts. I bring the animals I bring for a very specific reason. Anything not on that list has either got to have a reason that I didn't have, or parts. That's a lot of slaughter. We're going to have to keep an eye on that, because that's a lot of food to build up all at once. Not convinced we have a spot where we're putting that at the moment, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't believe that we do. Okay, so the binders are working. I need to back off of them for a second. Didn't realize I'd have a job up top that they haven't done yet. Need to let them finish that one first. Okay. Then, once we get these pasture spaces dug, the stoneworkers area dug, we're going to have to give our guys some time off a little bit, because we have been running everybody pretty ragged this first year, you got to figure. Really hardcore. We're going to have a bunch of food, we're going to have a bunch of drinks. Take some time off, chill in the tavern. Some bedrooms up, and then chill in the tavern. To start with, it'll just be a dormitory. Now, robot, this is a trick you can pull. You'll want to be aware of this one. You'll notice that I'm getting some funky fungus on my pasture space floors here, this blue and yellow coloration here. That's cave fungus sprouting up there, and it's sprouting up because when we dug our cavern, or we first dug our fortress out, the first thing we dug was this 3x3 central core of staircases. It's basically like an elevator. But when it gets to the bottom down here, it punched a hole into the caverns, and immediately we sealed it back up. Once it's sealed back up, though, we have fungus. We have spores, basically. Once a spore, always a spore, in a sense. And that's fixing the problem for us where we're going to have pasture spaces where we'll actually have grazing animals below ground. In fact, we're even going to have an underground apiary. We are going to do it.
As winter blows its frigid chill, keep
We
fire
still do not have...
and eat your fill.
demonstrate what I mean. At the top right, you see where it says sparse cave moss there? I'm looking at one of these colorful areas there where that yellow tile is. It's that blue one there. It can be dense as well once it grows in a little thicker. We're going to have to give it a minute, obviously. This is a little thicker than sparse. But once it really gets going, it'll become dense cave moss. And they can graze on the cave moss just like they would grass and survive. If you have a grazing animal and you can't feed it, it will die. If you keep it in a cage where it can't graze, it will die. If you put it in a pasture where it eats all the grass, it will die. If you put too many of them in a pasture, they trample all the grass and they die. Well, so here's the rub, robot. In the world of Dwarf Fortress, everything reproduces with spores. Everything. You can chain unless it's been changed, you can chain a dog and two dogs up where they don't get close enough to one another to touch. Keep one tile between them. As long as they're reasonably close. And sooner or later, you're going to have puppies. There's only so much that it simulates, if you dig what I'm laying down. Some things are below the level of the simulation, I guess you'd say, yeah? Spotted by the animals 20 tiles away from anything that matters. And he will... apparently decide he wants to get some, I guess. It's violence time, boys and girls, because apparently the goblin thief didn't take a pastured animal pen or the wild dogs chained outside as a consideration in his boldness, so he has elected to plunge into our fortress, which is a dead end and full of dwarves. Lot of faith in that dagger. Lot of faith. There, he's about to get swarmed by, let's see here, 21 dwarves. 21. And they are going to mob him from every direction, pull him to the ground, and curb stomp him in short order. If he's really lucky, he'll get to stab somebody. It's not going to be very long after that. Oh, and he made it as far as the dining room, so everybody that was idle and wasn't already engaged in the fight, but was on their way, is right there. So he didn't just charge headlong into our fortress, he charged headlong right into the middle of all the dwarves that were idle. Right up until I, turned him around and said, kill that dude. He's about to have a very bad day. Let's see. Strikes, bruised. Strikes, bruised. He's smacking her with a bag. That's hilarious. Takes the goblin thief down. Misses. Smashes into the goblin. Jumps away. Scratches a dog in the ear. So as he's going down, he claws at the dog's ear and takes it off. Manages to smash the clothier again with the bag. Loses the bag, gives into pain. From then, it's head hits on in here. It's curb stomping time. The goblin thief has effectively passed out. If you'll notice, what now happens is now they start focusing on the hood, and it starts off as pretty badly worn. See, up here, it's only slightly worn, and now it's pretty badly worn. And then down here, it's really badly worn. And eventually, they're going to break it. And when they do, they're going onto his skull, basically, at that point. Let's see here. They're going to smash down on him. It's not going around. See. Oh, and then somebody else has one of my guys is a hunter, apparently, and actually has their crossbow already because they put a bolt in his foot and shattered his ankle. Nice. He's not going anywhere, and the entire fortress has been told to stomp him. The dogs are on him now. They are tearing him, they're throwing him around. They're punching him. Won't be long now. Everything above here is what was involved. It looks like the dog got the final hit because the dog now has a name. The stray dog shakes the goblin thief around by the head, tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. Kinda tough to breathe when your spine ain't connected no more. There he is. Okay, so first things first. All his stuff is ours, but since we have it on forbid, none of our dwarves are actually going to pick it up by default. Now, one thing we do need to take care of is his corpse is still laying here, and we have to get rid of that because it's going to start to rot and stink the joint up. That's bad. We don't want that. And right now, I don't think we actually have a garbage dump, so we're going to set up a garbage dump real quick. Just a quick one right here on the surface. Now with that dump up, we could get rid of things by dumping them and getting them out of the fortress completely. Things like that corpse. Or any of the clothing that we don't really want to keep. So, for example, crap that we want to get rid of. He brought us a bag made from giant peregrine falcon skin. But we'll take all of his clothing, sell it onto the next caravan, and toss his corpse on the refuse pile for somebody else. Well, I don't think we can actually make him into bone bolts by default. I don't think they'll actually do that until maybe this skeleton is worn down. Then maybe. Not even sure then by default. You can mod that for sure, but dwarven ethics are kind of funny when it comes to making sentience into parts. Fine on the battlefield, dishonorable if you do it in other settings. Well, the good news is up there on the surface. Wouldn't know, haven't ever tried really. I just toss them up there and don't think about them anymore. They're forbidden the moment they're on the surface like that, so the problem goes away. Now we could trim this up a little. See, last time I was cheating in a bit because I realized I had a problem, so I was using this one as a jig to fix the other one. If we know where this room goes to, then we know where that room goes to. And anything outside the wall, one tile away from this room. So anything further away than one tile can be clipped away. And that applies all the way around. So as long as I'm here, for example, I can come up here and remove all the zones in this area and just zap them all out of existence. And know that I'm not getting the inner wall of the room. And I couldn't do here because I'm next to where it's being dug out, or here. But I could go out to here and go up and do the same thing. And eventually, you'll work out a pattern. Give me a second. So as long as I leave at least one floor down to a 21 circle so I can make sure to jig this back each time, we can designate the square quickly to get our zones up and then come back and use the jig to trim up the excess. You could even, I think, trim it across multiple floors if Toadie's implemented that. I don't know if he's implemented it for zones yet or not, though, so I'm not sure it works for sure on this. It does for mining designations, but it may not for this. I'd have to look, and I haven't checked. So now we've trimmed up all our zones. Our zone's a nice circle, and anybody who's outside the zone is not in their little idling area, so they'll move back inside the room. Not the end of the world.
Got an idea.
A Feimu. What's he gonna do? We probably don't have the workshop for it, because we don't have the Stonecrafters area up yet, because it's down here. But let's assume he needs a mason's workshop because we already have a mechanics workshop, we already have a craftsdwarf's workshop, and if it's a stone crafter, he's either a miner or a mason, or an engraver, or a stone crafter. And we have everything with the mason's workshops. Now, it may be the case that we don't have any other masons active right now. So we're going to take these guys who are untrained novices and put them to work. Looks like he's an engraver by trade, or a miner, excuse me. And he wants to do a mason's job. So we need a mason's workshop, and I need somebody to build it. There it is. And he'll come along and claim that one because it's the first one up.
I claim this workshop in the name of invention!
And he's off to the races. The numbers in Dwarf Therapist, do you mean the ones in the boxes on the skills? That is their skill level. So here's a bit, robot, you need to be aware of. Unlike most colony builders, dwarves A never fail a task if they're allowed to complete it, and B, their worst performance at a job, any job, every job they can do, all the jobs, is effectively base quality for anybody else. You understand what I'm saying? A basic professional anywhere else is the dwarven infant who just became an 18-year-old dwarf adult or whatever. You follow me? They're all dropped out of the sky with that ability. Now, that's not to say that's as good as it gets. A legendary dwarven crafter will get you masterworks that are far, far more valuable and beautiful than what a average guy just starting out will get you. But there's no such thing as dwarf can't do job. No way. Dwarfs are all about do job. The catch is that so our dabbling guys here, these guys with 0, they've done it a couple times. You see over there on the left, it says their experience, 60 of 500, so they haven't even got the first level of experience yet. They've done the job a few times, but they're effectively like a civilian still. As they do more of it, they'll get better and better and better. Now, occasionally, a dwarf will have, like this guy just did, what's called a special mood, a fey mood, or a secretive mood. There are other types, but we'll hope we don't see those. They sometimes involve the elimination of one of your other dwarves. He'll go away and he'll create an artifact. That's what he's doing. He's creating an artifact, some sort of stone artifact. He's collected the items he's working on, and he is doing a mason item of some sort. Now, once he's done, because it's a fey mood, his skill is going to go like way up, like this guy's. It's going to be huge. Whatever the skill is that it's associated, whether it's doing it for mason or engraving or whatever he's mining, whatever it thinks it's doing, his skill is just going to shoot through the roof. Now that's not true for every mood. Possessions don't work that way, but Fey moods do. Right, Fel moods and what, macabre moods? Am I missing any? Secretive, possession, Fey, Fel, macabre. Secretive does the skill boost too. Fey and Secretive both do the skill boost. Possession, you don't get the skill boost, but it's not bad. Fel and macabre usually involve some sort of bone, and depending on what's going on, can involve harvesting that from some dwarf. Yeah, you don't really want those. I mean, people sometimes shoot for them out of a perverse sense of wanting to see them once, but you don't want your dwarves harvested for some other dwarf's artifact. That's dwarves murdered in the halls is not exactly what you want your dwarves to be engraving as part of your fortress's history. Welcome to our fortress, new visitor. Over here, you'll see some of the engravings of our history. That's where Urist was killed to make an artifact in the second year of our fortress because everything was going to total shit. Have had them. Don't recommend. First off, items made out of bone aren't particularly valuable, so the really bad the really bad moods tend to involve refuse items or bone sorts of things, and bone items aren't particularly valuable. So when they kill a dwarf and use his parts, you're not getting the full value of what you could be getting out of a mood. I don't know about grabbing your best dwarf, but no guarantees you grab some random dude that you don't care about. They're going to grab something, and it's never going to be somebody you want. It's never going to be that guy you. It may be, Chime. I won't swear that Toady hasn't coded it that way, but even if it's selected at random, you got to figure there aren't any dwarves in my 20 dwarf fort here that I really can afford to just up and lose. And the reality is, thanks to the justice system, since we lost the first dwarf, the other dwarf is going to be guilty of his murder, and they're going to kill him or hammer him or put him in prison for so long that he's not going to ever get. The gist is that I'm going to lose 2 dwarves over it by the time we're done. They do indeed. So let's take a look there. Let's see if we can get one of our. Yeah, here's a carpenter. He's got a lot of. Let's see here. View unit, thoughts and professions. So here is thoughts. Okay. This woman, this female dwarf, has a spouse she remembered talking with. I hope they're not dead, but, I don't know. Didn't feel anything at work, felt glum after getting into an argument. These are anybody who has like a hyphen in their profession is somebody from my fortress. So these are who she knows in our fortress. This person doesn't really have a lot of they're all passing acquaintances, unfortunately. I need to get them socializing more, and I think we're going to run into the problem where in the pancake-style fortress, in order to make things work the way I envision, it's going to be too big to get them socializing properly. I think that the pop cap is really going to be necessary to make this work. Don't think you're going to be able to do it without pop capping it pretty ruthlessly. Maybe if you start off with like 7 miners and you just say, okay, look, out of the gate, we're just going to recognize that we have 7 miners or 6 miners and a glass maker, or 7 miners and everybody takes a crafting skill. 4-tile library, you mean like putting a library together from like one bookshelf in like a 2x2 room and forcing everybody to like stand next to one another? It's supposed to work, but it's supposed to work in larger, or they're supposed to seek out other dwarves more often, and my suspicion is that part of it is we haven't given them a lot of time to idle. When these dwarves look like they're talking to one another, my guess is a lot of times they're doing their prayers. So there's not really a lot of socialization going on. We need to give them more time, and the problem is that the amount of labor it's taken us to get to this point is so extensive that I think what we end up with is we effectively end up having to replicate what the viewer was doing in terms of behavior in order to achieve the goal, I think. Because eventually you're going to want these large spaces, but digging them out early to provide for what you're going to need, even on the single floor like we have here, or the floors where even once I clear out the temporary workshops, this is already the guild hall. You see what I'm saying? We just have to smooth it over. Just digging them out, though, is a lot of work. I think you have to take a heavy investment into mining, or you have to make a lot of your first migrants into miners. Alternatively, you could just make a lot of picks and have everybody be miners and not have a miners guild. When it's time to mine, everybody goes and grabs a pick, and you just the whole fortress mines. I might have to think about how we're distributing our labor better, you know. Alright, so Cog here finished his artifact, a grate, which is great for the record. All pun intended. Circib Sedish here can be built in a dining room or a temple or a tavern for not just value, but for something to dwarves to admire. Now, Cog's skills were 9 and 6, depending on what the masonry skill it was. And he was doing a mining mood, so there it was. Bang! Level 20 miner. Topped out. Max skill. Legendary +5. This guy is the man when it comes to mining. He will go through rock like butter. That's what a Fey mood does. Probably should let the miners get caught up here, too, because we really need to get the animals indoors. It is very, very late to be having all this stuff exposed, and no lever to connect everything and shut everything down. All of our grazers still sitting out in front, a nice grassy pasture. That's pretty and prosaic and all, but not much defensibility there. So we really need to get them indoors. Now this is soil, so all of our miners would go through this quickly. I don't know if this is our legendary guy or not. Probably not. They'll all go through soil fairly quick. But a legendary +5 will just carve rock. You can see the difference between that last guy and this guy. Both are miners, but this guy is not nearly as fast. See the difference? Side by side. Okay, so it's not certain materials. Dwarf Fortress uses, let's call them funsics, okay? And the easiest way I can explain the Dwarf Fortress funsics is this. You see how we have this circle, right? Pretend for a moment that instead of being a wall, this circle was a hole in the ground, like a chunked out ditch, okay? And pretend for a moment that all the dirt on this level was dug out, kind of like it is, okay? All the way back, including these walls. The ceiling, which is the floor here, the ceiling of this room, would not be connected to anything, and it would plummet down, caving in. Now, because our fortress is designed in the way it is, it would also cave in through that floor into this one, and if this one was hollowed out underneath this, it would cave in into this floor, and if it was hollowed out underneath this, it would cave into this floor, and so on and so forth and so on and so forth and so on until it collapsed all the way through. Cave-ins can be incredibly dangerous. Cave-ins can be like dropping a nuclear weapon on your fortress. Cave-ins can kill forgotten beasts that would slaughter hundreds of men without batting an eyelash. Cave-ins are nuclear bombs. Now, that all said, cave-ins are very easy to avoid. Very, very easy. Dwarf Fortress relies kind of on, let's call them Minecraft physics, in a sense. In fact, all surfaces behave like stone in Minecraft. It doesn't matter how many blocks it extends. You can have an arm of stone that extends 1,000 blocks straight out from the ground, up and then horizontally both, and never have to worry about them shearing off due to the forces on them. That's fine. But take that 1,000 block long arm of stone that's sitting above the ground and cut off its support, and the whole thing caves in at once immediately. Bam. And it generates a huge cloud of dust that will blast the dwarf off his feet, slam him into a wall, and pulp all of his organs. So, when you excavate, be careful how you're doing it. You can cause cave-ins. When you build and you make a mistake and you disassemble something, be careful how you do it. You can cause cave-ins. Now, there's a way to turn cave-ins off. You know, if you want to have floating fortresses, you can turn them off. But I like them. Weather, you can turn off the rain. I like it. Artifacts, I like the moods. They perform, it's kind of like an additional challenge, and at the same time, it's a kind of a neat thing that makes every fortress a little unique. I used to tell people to turn off aquifers, I'd turn them on. Temperature, if you want magma to burn stuff, you gotta have temperature. Entombing pets is just an option. It's basically whether your pets should automatically get buried in coffins or not, and I normally don't let pets in coffins, even the special ones. It's nice that they did their job, but they're not my dwarves. Dwarves go in coffins, pets go in the refuse pile or into the meat grinder for sausage. it's a hard life if you're a dog in my fortress. You're going to be used as first line of defense after the traps, and then, if you're killed, well, if we can't use you, if the butchers won't use your corpse, you're going on the refuse pile. It's very, very Klingon. It's just a shell. Do with it as you will. Very Klingon. The spore puppies, the spore kitties. If it keeps my dwarves alive, the spore everything. No exceptions, no remorse. Nope, doesn't bother me. It's not necessarily the optimal way to play, but there have been times where I've had a rough start due to something, and I will simply rob the first dwarven caravan. All the spore dwarves give me their stuff. Thanks for bringing me your caravan full of trade goods this year, guys. This year, we're just taking it. We really, really need it. It's like Robin Hood. We're Robin, you're Hood. Now, the pastures are starting to get up and running. So, let's get... You see here? Dense floor fungus. We're starting to get pastures up that can actually support a couple of animals. Now, this will continue to get better as animals get better, and some animals don't need to be. The blue sevens are water, yes, and the depth of that water. Now, it's worth noting that when you see them from up here, you are actually seeing them from well above the surface, potentially, okay? So, if you imagine, like, slices of the world, this is, like, way up the treetops, and then as we zoom in, you're getting the world in slices from above. Tree trunks, branches, our fortress from above as we get down to it, ground level, the water inside the ground, so now we're below ground level, but this is the water, so this would be like if you dived into the lake, right? Or the pond, whatever. And then down into the ground itself, all the way down into the earth and the stone, and then down into the caverns, all the way down to the bottom of the world, and there is a lot of world down there for us, far, far more than I will probably want to have on a regular basis. We bottom out at floor 53, so there's something like 90 floors, I'm thinking. What are we at, 140? At ground level? Yeah, right at. So 90-ish floors of, depending on how you're counting it, 90-ish floors of world. More than big enough for the giantest fortress that has ever gianted, unless you are just doing something incredible. Now that that's done, though, let's get pastures up. The sheep and cavies have to graze. Pigs do not. Pigs are not considered grazers. They can be raised on a stone floor with no moss, no problem. If you are stuck in an environment where you can't graze your animals, but it is still safe to bring animals, then pigs are a good choice. The other choices I would suggest would be dogs and cats, because they neither one need to graze either. If you have to take a grazer, my next good choices to recommend for you are sheep for their wool and pigs for everything else. But again, pigs don't actually graze. There are certain other animals that aren't grazers, but generally speaking, if it's an herbivore in the world, in our world, it's going to be an herbivore in the Dwarf Fortress world. Caribou, if they exist in Dwarf Fortress, are going to be grazers. Elephants are grazers. And the bigger the animal is, the harder it is going to be to keep it in a pasture. You can't simply put an elephant in a small pasture and expect it to survive. Remember, if it eats all the grass and tramples the rest, then it starves to death because it can't feed itself. And elephants are kind of hard to keep pastured for any length of time because of that. Once upon a time, it was easy to breed large quantities of elephants. We're not sure yet, Mike Devil. We're only at 20 dwarves, so we're still getting it chunked out. And I'm curious if it would have done better if I had just brought like 7 miners. And made the first. I think what we're considering is that we may be stuck with respect to needing to pop cap this to make it work well. The problem is the amount of time it takes to dig the fortress out is extensive, and I think you end up having to almost do the first fortress or the first guys out of the gate being miners. Your first guild being the miners guild, basically, whatever you want to call it. You would effectively dig out their guild hall, which would be your first fort. It'd all be on, like, one giant room in one level. And then you dig a small hallway from that would connect to your central staircase. If you're doing it this way, I don't know that it's strictly speaking necessary if you're going to pop cap it, but if you're going to do like we do and you're allowing unlimited immigration, I think the amount of time it takes to get the fortress dug out makes your first guild need to be your miners guild. And while they may still pull the smelt your first tools trick, I think you give up on having high quality trap components early on. I think you roll the dice as to what else you get. You follow me? You train up some apprentices if you have to, and you start off with the miners because you need them if you're going to do it with unlimited immigration. Remember, my viewer is doing this, and they're pop capping it. They're telling the game, I don't want to have more than 20 dwarves to start. And the first wave or two of migrants will come in, and then they'll have whatever that is, and then they'll stop getting migrants for a while. And then once they're ready, they'll turn the pop cap up a little bit and bring some more in. And they'll dig out another guild hall for them. You see what I'm saying? For them, that works really well. But for us, here in a minute, we're going to have a big migration wave, potentially with who knows what dwarves in it, that we're going to have to sort into guilds who don't have bedrooms yet, because I'm not sure how many people are going to be in them, and I still haven't figured out how to designate them in a nice, pretty circle around a circle, which we'll get to in a second. Right now, I'm worried about the pasture spaces, which I need to finish. I think if I was going to do it again, do it differently. Your first guild out is going to be the miners, but that's not actually going to be it's not actually going to be their final guild. The first guild you dig out is going to be your clothiers guild. But the miners are going to dig it, and they're going to live in it, and they're going to have to move out. And the reason is because your clothiers are going to need to be near the surface if you plan to run surface crops. Now, again, my viewer doesn't. But I want to have pastures in soil spaces. I don't want to have to do bucket irrigation, which you can do, but I don't want to. I'd have to look, but I want to say you might even be able to do bucket irrigation on one floor, and if you can, then the results will be hilarious, but you can effectively have your dwarves muddy the water very quickly then if they can do it from a single floor. I'll have to look and see if the pond zones have to be above. No, if you're doing bucket irrigation, what they're talking about doing is using dwarves to drop water on a surface with a bucket to muddy it, and then once it's muddied, you can farm. I need to look to see whether you can designate a pond zone above flat ground. Like if I could designate a section, pretend for a moment this was wasn't soil, if it was stone. I want to see if you can designate a pond zone above it right here and say, oh, well, I'm going to muddy these 3 tiles with a bucket. And then once they're muddied, I'm going to farm on them. I'm going to build this as a little farm plot right here in the middle of nowhere. Because if you can do that, then farming becomes actually very easy. It's just a matter of having a pond or some source of water and a bucket to move it. And I've never done it that way, but in theory, it becomes a whole lot easier. Not necessarily easier than we're doing it here. Soil still remains king of the world, but it's a whole lot easier than digging out cavern space and digging with mechanics and flooding stuff the hard way, especially when you can do it with a well from above with... There's tricks. But I don't know if the pond trick works over flat ground or if you have to do it from above with a drop. You follow me? If I would have to designate the area below this as my farm and dig out a trench here to use as my pond. I have to look and see if it works on flat. If it does, then that's really actually quite interesting, because at that point you can really farm anywhere with not much more than a bucket and water to move it, or water and a bucket to move it. That's a lot of game change. You know what I'm saying? That's Okay. I don't know if it's doable. Like I said, I can't tell you I can do it that way. I'd have to look. I've never tested that. But he mentioned bucket irrigation, which leads me to wonder. Either he's doing it the way I imagine a pond to work, right? You're doing it over a hole, and then it drops into the hole. Or he's doing it over a flat and going from there. And I've never tested. So, let me back up. Mutation Ivory, I'm so sorry. Fort's going pretty well so far. We're still early days yet. 11th month of the first year, because we keep pausing to answer questions and because I really keep getting distracted. We also had a crash and we lost a season, so there's that. But so far so good. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Get these pasture spaces up now. Let me see here. Got this one designated for grazers, and then this one was for birds. I thought. Did I do birds in here? Oh, no, that's our pigs. Pigs. And then the one on the right was for a couple of the dogs to have a reserve. And then this top one is going to be birds for our turkeys. Egg laying. Which long term can be an absolute gigantic source of food for your fortress. My viewer was suggesting that all the dwarves were handling their own animals. Basically, you'd have small animal pens with maybe using auto nest box to have the females delivered where you need them, and having them automatically pastured. Okay, give them a second to get everything repastured where they belong. They'll get them pulled out of this dangerous front door pasture space and pulled downstairs where we need them. Stored. Pods or something. All right, got our sheep in theirs, got our pigs in theirs, a few dogs stored away, birds. Hey, I can tell you exactly when that'll be, Robot. We're going to be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for another of 37 days of Dwarf. In fact, guys, it's just about time for me to knock off, so let me check out there and see if there's maybe another Dwarf Fortress stream running. We'll need to pick up here when we leave tonight. Oh, looks like there is somebody out there doing it. Let's drop you out there for them. Get ready, you maniacs. And I will see you all tomorrow.